Good evening. I'm Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time is now 5:44 p.m., and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call. I'll call each board member by name. Please say present or here when I call you. Trustee Rodriguez.
Present.
Trustee Cuellar. Trustee Castillo.
Present.
Trustee Trevino.
Present.
Trustee Nieto.
Present.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Present.
Let the record show that a quorum of board members are in attendance. On to item number 3, the invocation. Mr. Robledo.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Rivera, members of the board. Tonight, I'd like to introduce Paulina Ventura, third grade teacher from PFC Mario Ibarra Elementary, who will deliver the invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. We pray for the blessing of clarity today, God. May your wisdom lead us as we plan for the best educational pathways for our children. May we not rely on our own ability, but instead help us rely on yours. Let us be trusting that you're always working for the good of your people. Holy Spirit, come into our meeting with a fresh wind of inspiration and power to strengthen us as we make important decisions today. When our plans fail, give us the grace to adjust and adapt, finding an opportunity to be joyful in our circumstances. Give us the wisdom to see things through your perspective, Father, and discernment to know which way to go. May our service to our community be pleasant in your eyes, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura. On to item number 4, the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
Yes, tonight we would like to honor a couple of students as we have the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. We'll have 2 individuals. They can please step forward over here. They are from Mario Ibarra Elementary. Right there is good. Okay. And first, we're going to start off with Gianna Inujosa, who is a 4th grader at Mario Ibarra Elementary School, and she is the daughter of Randy and Giselle Inujosa. Gianna is a member of the Ibarra Art Club, and her artwork was selected for Dia de los Muertos art exhibit. She is also a newscaster and conducts the daily announcements at her school. Gianna is a recipient of the Superstar and Cum Laude Awards. She is also a top AR reader and has won first place in her campus science fair. Some of her extracurricular activities include karate and dance. She enjoys Legos, reading, playing fashion games, and spending quality time with her baby brother. When she grows up, Gianna wants to attend the University of Texas and major in pre-med with a focus on veterinary medicine. How about a big hand for Gianna Inujosa? And if her parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized? Parents? Gianna? Okay, up next we have Jaden Gutierrez, who is here with us, and he is a 5th grade student at Ibarra and is the son of Juan and Saida Gutierrez. This hardworking student has received the Summa Cum Laude Award for every 6 weeks this past semester. He has also met all his accelerated reader goals every 6 weeks. Some of his hobbies include reading, working out division and multiplication problems, playing with a virtual reality headset, and also playing sports. He is interested in owning his own business one day and is currently researching which university he wants to attend based on their scholarship opportunities. How about a big hand for Jaden Gutierrez? And parents, if you are here, can you please be recognized? Stand and be recognized. Okay, will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, students, face the flag. And whenever you're ready, we will get started. I pledge allegiance. Texas pledge.
Thank you very much, Gianna and Jaden. On to item number 5, awards and recognitions.
Yes, Madam President, tonight we want to celebrate some tremendous accomplishments. 3 Weslaco High School students recently auditioned for and have earned chairs in the All-State Band and Choir. So let's give them a big hand as they walk into the room. First, we would like to congratulate this young lady. She will perform with the All-State Treble Choir as a soprano number 2, and we'd like to congratulate Iris Acevedo. Also tonight, we would like to congratulate Raymond Sanchez, who won 4th chair in the All-State Band Clarinet. Also tonight, we want to congratulate Isabella Sanchez, who won 1st chair in trumpet in the All-State Band. These students will be performing at the Texas Music Educators Association Convention in San Antonio at the Henry B. Gonzalez Convention Center on February 11th, 2023. The vocalists and musicians are among the best in the state of Texas, so congratulations once again. We would also like to recognize Interim Choir Director Alexis Rodriguez. If she is here or he is here, can you please stand and be recognized? Ms. Rodriguez. Also with us, Band Director Rodrigo Leal. Mr. Leal. And we'd also recognize, if their parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized? Parents of our students. All right, students, you may exit this way. And once again, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, also tonight, we want to congratulate or recognize our A-plus Employee of the Month for December. When the state of Texas and TEA passed a new school safety mandate, this employee embraced his new role. This Weslaco High School security guard oversees the new locked door initiative, securing 112 exterior doors before 8:30 a.m. every day, in addition to his regular duties. He is the first person to welcome students, staff, and parents at the school's main entrance, ensuring the safety of everyone. From the Safety and Security Department, we would like to recognize Arnold Hernandez as the recipient of the WISD A-plus Employee of the Month Award. Congratulations. Thank you. Job, Arnold. All right, and that concludes our awards and recognitions.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the recipients. On to item number 6, public comments.
There are 10, and you have the list.
Yes, the situation today, we have a group of 10, and so we're going to go ahead and invite those 10 up to the podium, and we will give them 15 minutes as a group to speak. So they can pick one representative to speak or take turns. But first of all, before you guys talk, let me read a paragraph to you. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted within notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. In this case, we're going to give you 15 minutes as a group. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. Before I begin, I'm going to have the speaker, whoever the speaker is going to be right now, identify yourself.
My name is Zion Rodriguez.
Okay. So we will begin. You have 15 minutes as a group.
I am here today to speak on behalf of my dad, who is also my coach. The absences of my dad at school has affected me emotionally and mentally. 3 years ago, he had a heart attack, and I took comfort knowing we were in the same building if anything happened with him. Him not being there has made me anxious for his safety, his health, and makes me extremely sad. It has also affected my basketball team tremendously. The family atmosphere he has created for us is no longer there. He is my father, but he is also a father figure to my teammates. He believed in building a family in our program and made sure we all felt included. The culture that my dad has worked very hard to establish has been impacted by his absence. We used to have weekly pasta nights, Thanksgivings, Christmas parties, and team gatherings, none of which has happened since he was relieved of his duties. As my coach, I have missed our film sessions, our scouting reports, our strength and conditioning, and our practices that are purposeful. His absence on the bench at games has also been hard on my teammates and I. We are used to his voice, his inspiring words, his ability to motivate us, and to expect the best from us. Our team prayers and his ability to adjust in crucial possessions during games. As his son, it has been difficult to see the man I love and admire go through a situation like this. As a teenage male, wrongful accusation hits differently now that I have seen my dad experience what he has gone through despite his innocence. I have also believed that there is good in people, but after experiencing the situations as his son and player, it makes me scared for my teammates, my friends, because not everyone is good and not everyone believes in telling the truth, even if it hurts people. It makes me sad to know that our district and our district leaders know that he has been wrongfully accused, yet they have allowed for this to happen to my dad, my coach, and our program. I ask that you please reinstate my dad and my coach today. Please help my team and I get the man we love and admire back in our court, in our lives, and in our season. Thank you.
Please state your name.
My name is Nathan Salinas.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank God for giving me this privilege to be here. I'd like to speak about that man that I so much respect, our Coach Zeke. He is a person that has given me more opportunities than any other coach has. He has taught us to be a team player, to be brothers and respect one another. He's a family. He's like a father, a leader to me. One thing he has taught us is that to respect each other, is to respect the ladies, to treat them as like our mothers. Like my favorite verse says, treat others as you want to be treated, Luke 6:31. In the beginning of the school year, when our coach Zeke was coaching us, we were confident of winning district champs with him as our coach. Since this misunderstanding has been going on and hurting each one of us, we have different coaches. We have been slacking off, not playing as the team we are. I need my coach back. Our team needs our coach. We miss him. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Jediah Rivens. I'm a junior at Weslaco ISD, and I love basketball. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to each of you and the board members and Dr. Rivera for giving us the opportunity to be heard. Today, you will each vote to make a very important decision that will have a direct impact on the lives of people that mean the world to me. To you, Coach Zeke Rodriguez may just be an employee, a PE teacher, a basketball coach. But to me, and to many of my teammates, Coach Zeke is a father figure, a mentor, a leader, and our strongest advocate at school. We miss him dearly. Truthfully, I learned more about life and being a person of sound character from Coach Zeke than my biological father. Coach Zeke is my role model as a coach, as a father, and as a man. I'd like to share something with you that will show you what kind of man Coach Zeke is. There was a time in my life when the anger I felt towards my father consumed me. Aside from his absence, most of my life, he told me some things that birthed a hatred for him. It really affected me. No one at school really noticed, except one person, Coach Zeke. He could tell something was wrong. He kept me after practice one day and talked to me, not as a coach, but as a man. After listening, he encouraged me to forgive my father, no matter how bad the situation is, because at the end of the day, he is my father. And if anything bad were to happen, I would regret holding that grudge. Coach reassured me that he was there for me whenever I needed him, even just to talk to him or spend time with him. I'm still working on the forgiveness part, but that's Coach Zeke for you. He genuinely cares about me and each of his players. I know it does not compare to the void Zion has felt, but I cannot express how much Coach Zeke's leave has affected me. Coach Zeke was not allowed to start our basketball season this year. This decision was unfair to Coach and to his family and to my on-court brother Zion, and to the entire varsity team. It felt as if we were being robbed of our season before it even started. Without Coach Zeke, we felt defenseless and alone. We are consistently threatened and disrespected by other coaching staff. Without Coach Zeke's leadership, we are left to call our own plays. We have a game tonight, yet we are here to plead with you. Please give us our coach back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Carlos Roman. Good evening, board members. I'm Carlos Roman. I'm a student athlete at Weslaco ISD. I appreciate y'all giving me the time to support the reinstatement of our coach, Coach Zeke. To begin with, I would like to say that I'm not the type of person to stand up and talk in front of a big crowd. Me standing here today in this meeting shows how much me and my teammates care about our coach. We have a game in 1 hour that we should be getting ready for, but we are all here supporting our coach, which we feel is the right thing we should be doing right now. We would rather take a loss because the real loss is not playing another game without him as our coach. We see him more than just a coach. To many, he's a mentor, role model, and a father figure. Coach Zeke is not your average coach. He goes the extra mile for his players. Coach Zeke pushes us to succeed on and off the court. A coach who wants us to put education first and see us succeed in life. Coach Zeke encourages us to support one another. He created a bond between the team, and that bond has made us a family. This misunderstanding has caused us to lose a big part of our Wildcat family, which has caused us to struggle. We are struggling on the court. It seems like we can't play as a team. We are lacking that bond that was created by Coach Zeke. We truly need him back. We as a team feel more confident going into a game with Coach Zeke by our side. The decision of the board has not only punished Coach Zeke, but has punished us players as well. We have put in countless hours in the offseason with Coach Zeke, expecting he would be our coach. That is why we need our coach back. Coach Zeke will never give up on us, so we will never give up on him. Thank you.
Thank you. Time check. How many minutes do we have?
7 minutes.
7 minutes. Please state your name.
Elijah Garza. I was new to WISD last year. I was anxious and excited to work with Coach Rodriguez because of his reputation of being a great coach and leader. My skills as a basketball player improved because he pushed me beyond my limits and motivated me to become a better point guard and leader at Weslaco ISD. I'm also here because I'm supporting my friend, which is his son, who I've seen go through a lot these past few months, and it's affected the team. So please vote to reinstate our coach to continue coaching us for the rest of the season. Thank you for allowing the time for us to speak, and my team and I will step out since we have a game to play tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Denise Garza. I have quite a bit, but I know we have very limited time, so good evening, school board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My husband and I are here, and that was our son who just spoke. I'm gonna go through a lot and just like get to the point, but our faith has brought us here this evening to fight for our coach. to fight for justice, to fight for our boys, and to fight for the coach's family. Members of the school board, right the wrong that has been done to Coach Rodriguez under the previous superintendent. Show what kind of community we are here in Weslaco. When we come together, we seek the truth, and we find that he is innocent. Please reinstate him to the basketball head coach position at Weslaco East. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Lucio Garza. As my wife said, I'm a parent of a sophomore student that plays varsity basketball at Weslaco East. I'm here to support my friend and my son's coach, Coach Rodriguez. I have known him for 25 years now. I'm gonna go back. When I was a teenager, he encouraged me to stay off the streets, not to hang around with the wrong crowd, and to stay focused in school. He believed in me and was a mentor in my young teenage life. He was he was first in my neighborhood to go to college and play college basketball. When he would come down to visit, he continued to motivate me to play basketball, finish high school, and go to college, no matter what I was going through at the time. Now that I am married and have a family, I also coach young kids and in our community. I'm a mentor to them as he was to me. This is the person I know who is willing to give rather than to receive. Both of our sons are close friends and teammates on the varsity basketball team now. A few years back, Coach Rodriguez experienced a life-threatening heart attack. This could have set anyone back, but with the support of his family and community, he fought to get back to what he loves to do, and that is to coach basketball. He got the Weslaco East basketball program to make the playoffs after a 5-year drought. That is not easy, and it comes from his investment to the kids. For my son's freshman year, my wife and I decided to move our son to Weslaco East for the simple fact that we know and trust Coach Rodriguez. Since his recent absence, there has been a lack of communication from the current coaches and school members to us, the parents, about certain events. Parents' night is scheduled for this Friday, and no one has reached out to us. The regular events that would bring the basketball players and parents closer together have not happened. It has affected the players by adding frustration, confusion, lack of organization, and there's no real investment to help the team finish strong in their current season. Nothing compares to Coach Rodriguez's leadership, and as a parent, that can be frustrating as well. I know upon Coach Rodriguez's return, the team will get the fire back that he instilled in them since day one. And I'll close with this. I believe that after a dark night comes a bright day. And that is why we wanted to be here, to shine light on who Coach Rodriguez is. So we are counting on you, school board members, for your vote to reinstate Coach Rodriguez to finish what he has started. The decision you make tonight matters to all of us. And we want you to look over the facts that have been presented to you, seek the truth, and make the right choice. Thank you for your time, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Gabriela Salazar. Good evening. So there are some parents that wish they would speak on Coach Rodriguez's behalf today, but due to fear of retribution, they cannot make public comments. Some of these parents are here today, as you can hear and see, and some of them are joining us virtually. I volunteer to share some of our collective thoughts with you today. Coach Rodriguez has done a tremendous job with our East basketball program. We have made it to the playoffs the last 2 years. More importantly, through Coach Rodriguez's guidance, we have seen our boys develop into responsible and disciplined young men who are passionate about basketball and who make good decisions both on and off the court. Since Coach has asked to step down, our boys have been different. They are no longer home excited after practice. On the contrary, they are angry. They're not wanting to talk about what happened during practice. They no longer express how eager they are to play in an upcoming game, as you heard previously. They rather be here, with their coach instead of being in a basketball game. They are confused and upset and removal of their coach. There are no longer conversation about areas improvement in their current coach. They do not play the same. They're no longer, they don't feel like a team anymore. Their holiday celebrations this year, they didn't have it. There was no bonding opportunities for our boys outside of games and practices. There is evident discord among the coaches and students amongst the players themselves. There is no communication with the parents. This week is parent night, and yet we have not heard any plans. They have heard time, understanding, and political charges. Decisions are. There is light out there. They're hurting. Dr. Rivera and board members, we are parents. The boys varsity basketball program are looking to each of you and resent of all the unfair action that has taken against our coach Rodriguez, and allow him to return to Weslaco East to coach our boys. We pray and we like for you your vote in support of Coach Rodriguez tonight, and I thank each and every one of you guys for hearing us out here tonight, and God bless you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam President, the last person on the list is not part of the first group. Jules Valdez.
Good evening. Please state your name and address.
My name is Jules Valdez, 1103 Stone Street, Weslaco, Texas, 78596.
Thank you. As you know, I'm going to read this paragraph to you, and then you can begin. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted within notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted within notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board, unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You have 5 minutes, Ms. Valdez, and time starts now.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about it's item 12, section letter E, discussion and possible action to request administration to develop a corrective action plan in response to findings in the forensic audit. First of all, let me say how disappointed I am. I'm disappointed in, various superintendents, the previous superintendents, that, there was a promise that something was going to get done. And there was a promise that, things were going to improve in the district, and they all failed. I mean, my opinion, right? That's what I've been told repeatedly. But they've all failed. And my goal here is, since you're going to be discussing that, I just want to stress accountability. As I always do every time I come and speak here, accountability for individuals that were seemingly protected. And from what I've been informed, under Chapter 21, I'm not here to name any names. I'm not here to attack anybody, but I'm not going to name any names. But these individuals were protected under Chapter 21. But what I find interesting is the former HR director, or whatever her position was, wasn't protected by Chapter 21. And the transportation director wasn't protected by Chapter 21 also, meaning that if you guys really wanted to, you can pursue action against some of these individuals that were not held accountable. Individuals such as a person that signed off on the requisitions of the mass spending in the transportation department, he wasn't held accountable. People that were hired without even applying for a job, they weren't held accountable. The people that changed the person that coerced the individual individuals, the hiring committee, to change the scoring guide wasn't held accountable either. As a matter of fact, still employed, getting promotions. I don't understand how you choose to hold some people accountable and not others. How is that exactly done? How is that transparent and how is that fair? Accountability needs to be held all across. People that were accused of or that were proven of wrongdoing, nothing happened to them. As a matter of fact, they're free to roam around in the school district and alienate people, good people like myself. I resigned because I was continuously harassed, targeted, and I was passed over for, I can't talk about that, so I'm gonna stop right there, but for reasons. And it's okay for people like me to be put under the ringer, but not other people that are proven through the audit report that you all paid $300,000 for. So we paid $300,000 again, just like a misuse of money, and nothing's gonna get done. These people are there, still there, still going on, still imposing, still abusing their authority and their positions to just make life miserable for other individuals. That's basically what got done. And because they weren't held accountable, they continued to act in the way that they got hired themselves. There was no accountability. Is there going to be accountability? I'm here as a taxpayer to demand accountability, to demand something be done. I was affected. My colleagues were affected. The morale of the district is affected. Yes, we're here for students. We're here to take care of students. But how do we take care of the students if the employees are not even okay? How do we go into the classroom? I could no longer do that. I could no longer go into the classroom and be unencumbered with the problems that there were personnel issues or issues. I couldn't do that no more. I was just worried all the time. In order to take care of the students, you have to take care of the staff too. The criteria. There was corrections that we paid $300,000. The taxpayers paid $300,000 for, and the Weaver Audit Tidwell Report, whatever specific name it's called, and they recommended that there be criteria, evaluations, that they're not in place. And you know what? Those criteria, those evaluations are still not in place. Because as of this summer, someone got hired for a position. They got hired for a position, and they were thwarted. That position, to give it to somebody else.
Thank you. On to item number 7. Recognition of WISD School Board of Trustees.
Yes, I want to recognize 7 very important people, and this is our board. I can say that I was a board member one time, so I know what they go through. Sometimes they spend so much time in these meetings working to get everything done, and they don't spend time with their families. So I appreciate all their hard work. I know sometimes they make very difficult decisions for this school district, but they make them in the best interest of our community, our school district. Sometimes whatever they vote on, sometimes you're going to make some people happy and some people unhappy. But I can tell the community, our school district, that here on this table are 7 very important people that want the best for Weslaco ISD. So let's recognize them with a big round of applause. We have some plaques we want to present.
Yes, we do. We have January is School Board Recognition Month, and we want to take the time to acknowledge our board members and their service to our school district. So on behalf of the superintendent, our departments, our campuses, we present plaques and gift baskets as token of our appreciation. We have the baskets behind you, and we're going to present the plaques individually, okay? So as I say your name, you can step forward and Dr. De Vera will present with you the plaque. And we're going to start off with Ms. Sustaita, who has begun her third year on school board service. So we'd like to recognize 3 years of service, President Jacqueline Sustaita. Okay, up next, completing 8 years of service, school board service, Vice President Isidoro Nieto. All right, having completed 6 years of service, Secretary Dr. Jaime Rodriguez. Okay. Not present tonight, but we will recognize him with a round of applause. Completing 5 years of service, Trustee Coach Armando Cuellar. Up next, has 3 years of service, Trustee Marcos de los Santos. Up next, 3 years of service, Trustee Jesse Trevino.
A very good coach at Weslaco East High School.
Recently elected to place 5, Ben Castillo. Once again, how about a big hand for school board trustees? All right, we have a short presentation for you. We have a little bit of entertainment, so we're going to take some time to do that. Our school board members volunteer their time and come together every month to provide oversight and to ensure that all our students are afforded with a quality education and enrichment programs. Tonight, we also have a very special student presentation from our All-State Fine Arts students for our school board members in honor of School Board Recognition Month. We would like to start off with our All-State clarinet player who will perform Rose Etude number 20. How about a big hand for Raymond Sanchez? Up next, our All-State trumpet player will perform Humel Concerto, Isabella Sanchez. Up next, we have All-State Jazz Band 1 to perform a trumpet piece for us. How about a big hand for Anthony Ortiz? And we have one more performance tonight, as we would like to recognize All-State Choir singer. She will perform Team Militok, Iris Acevedo.
Team Militok by Eva Ugalde.
All right, once again, school board members, thank you very much for your service. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. I was totally memorized with the music and the voices. Great job. On to item number 8, proclamations. So we have here. I was about to read it.
Saying goodbye to some people real quick. Okay, proclamation. Thank you very much. All right. Madam President, Dr. DeVetta, members of the board, tonight we would like to recognize our counselors at Weslaco ISD. I know they're in the room. Can they please stand and be recognized? Please remain standing as I read this proclamation for National Guidance and Counseling Week. Whereas school counselors are employed in our schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents, and these traits relate to career awareness and development, and whereas school counselors help parents focus in ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance, complement school counseling programs and help students become productive members of our society. Therefore, Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the Weslaco ISD School Board of Trustees, does hereby support and proclaim February 6th through the 10th, 2023 as National Guidance and Counseling Week. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. On to item number 9, the superintendent's report.
Yes. I have several slides that pertain to the status of our school district. So the first slide, I'd like to show the board, the community, the district enrollment, which is this is very good news because compared last year at this very same time, we had, the enrollment was district-wide 15,708, and as of last week, the enrollment grew to 16,525, a plus 817. So the enrollment is growing. Weslaco ISD, very good news. On page 2, however, there's some bad news here, and you can see for the past several years what the enrollment was. For example, in 2016, 2017, the enrollment was 17,483. The budget was set at 16,100. So the actual ADA at the end of six weeks was 16,096. So that means the budget was balanced. TA sent us money based on ADA. And then you can see in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, everything was just about the same. It kind of matched the enrollment, matched the ADA for the most part. But for this school year, there's some news that's not very good because the budget was based at, even though the enrollment grew, the budget was based on 15,700. And you can see the enrollment for the first, for the second, the third 6 weeks. The refined is 13,972. I am working with the principals on the attendance, and I can say that for last week, the principals did a very, very good job in attaining their standard. So we want to continue that. So for the 4th, 5th, and 6th, the goal that we have is to become higher than what we had. As you can see, the first 6 weeks, the second, the third, it has decreased every 6 weeks. So that's the bad news. The bad news is that we're budgeted high. We're getting the money from TA, but the actual ADA is lower. So the next page explains the consequences. On page 7, again, you can see that the current refined ADA is 13,972, and this is based on 3 6 weeks. The budget, the ADA was budgeted at 15,700. So for this school year, the ADA difference right now is at a minus 1,727. The budget implications are very clear that right now, based on the ADA difference, there is a budget shortfall of over $15 million. So we're getting the money from TA, based on the ADA at 15.7, we're getting the money, but we're not meeting the standard that is set. In addition to that, these are items that I'm facing now on the second week that I have been here. I found out that additional staff was hired after July when the budget was approved. That's not included in the current budget. And I think it's around $1 million, but we'll give you the exact figures when we start doing the budget workshops. Also, I have placed on hold, there were 9 outreach specialists and 1 clerk that were hired at approximately a cost of over $500,000. I put a hold on that because that is not budgeted, so that would increase the deficit. I placed on hold the financial management student information software at approximately $1 million. So right now that's on hold because that was also not budgeted. So the budget plan of action to reduce the deficit or to increase the revenues is I'm going to review the current budget for savings. I'm going to be looking at travel, furniture, utilities, overtime pay, the realignment of the early college, other expenditures. So I feel comfortable that on number 1, I can reduce the budget easily. On number 2, we are looking for additional revenues, such as increasing the collection rate for property taxes and other things that we are able to do. As the year goes by, and number 3, we're looking district-wide as reductions through attrition. When someone retires, we're looking at perhaps not filling that position. And also, the second bullet, there's a payroll cost savings by replacing retired staff with new, less cost staff members. For example, someone that retires at the highest pay, and you hire someone at a lower pay, a teacher, 1 year, 2 years, there's a big difference there. We're also looking at the optional flexible school day program, where the principals work on increasing the ADA, working with students that have been absent a lot, students who have fallen behind in credits or in grades. These students come, they attend the classes after school or on Saturdays, and that will increase the ADA. So hopefully, again, we can increase the ADA, the 15,000, the 700, and try to be able to get as close as we can to that by working on these items. The last one that I have is we have ESSER funds. We're going to move approximately $16 million from ESSER funds that will affect 300 teachers, but it'll be only from January through August, changing from local to ESSER, and then after August, it'll revert back to local. So that money, the $16 million, will be used to balance the budget, but also a good purpose here is the $16 million will not just be to balance the budget, it'll be also to be able to finance facilities, projects that right now are not budgeted and we can do. So in other words, we're moving $16,000 to fund balance, but some of that later, and we'll discuss through budget workshops, can be spent on facilities. Again, these are hardcore problems that we have with the budget, but again, all of us working together as a team, I believe that come at the end of the budget, we'll have better news for you as we increase the revenues and decrease the expenditures.
Dr. Rivera, I have a question on number 4, the SASE program.
Yes.
It says will increase ADA funding. The numbers that we're seeing in the previous slide, does that include
No.
the SASE numbers or
No,
not yet?
not yet.
Do we know más o menos how much
If we
would get
work
back?
hard with the principals, it'll be maybe 300, 400, 500 more ADA, increase the ADA
Okay.
by that amount. But again, the key is going to be the principals working with these students that are absent, having them come to classes on after school or on Saturdays. But that, we're going to increase the ADA by that.
Okay.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Question, is the state this year going to hold harmless this particular year like they did the 2 years, or do you know?
Probably not, because that is based on a low ADA.
Okay.
Anything below 90.
Right.
So right now, we're at 92, 93,
Okay.
so probably it won't.
Okay. And like you said, if we can meet the 15,700 this last semester, then we'll be much better off.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the goal, but it's gonna be difficult to do.
Correct.
Because we're way off by over 1,000 and some students.
Right.
But again, working with increasing revenues, reducing the expenditures, I feel that we're going to be able to, at the very end, come up with a better balanced budget. And again, I'm a little concerned on number 5, moving the extra monies for these teachers. But these teachers, they're going to be assured that come August, they'll have their job back. So, but this money, again, I want to clarify that this 16 million, some of that will go back into our fund balance, but from there, we can use for projects. So it's not going to be entirely just to balance the budget.
Okay. But have you seen that most school districts are in the same boat as we are because the ADA?
Yes.
A lot of school districts are having difficulty. Yes, they do have a lot of students, but the attendance is what is hurting almost every district.
Yes.
Correct?
But most districts, and they're doing what we did here in previous years, that we make sure the ADA, what we budget is what we expect.
Correct.
And usually the ADA is higher. So when it's higher, you get additional monies. And when it's lower is when you have to pay back. So
Right.
most districts are not this short, this
Okay.
amount.
Okay.
Doctor, I want
Yes.
to thank you for bringing this to light. Obviously, it is a concern. Operating with false numbers is what it looks like to me. My concern is, I know we just made a change. It can't all fall on him. Who can be held directly responsible for some of this right here, Doctor? Because, you know, we're obviously, he sat in the office, somebody else is moving the numbers, and we're not meeting any of what was projected. So why sit here and give false false presence that things are fine? I know we just had a meeting, 2 or 3 months ago, and we had supposedly our budget was very healthy, but according to this and what you brought to light, it is not healthy.
No, that's right.
So, you know, we obviously, and we did it previously as well. We over budgeted in last year, the year before that. So my thing is, we're sitting here trusting that everyone's doing their job, but it's clear to me that the job is not getting done, and it can't all fall on the person that just got relieved from his duties. Can we look into that and see who is, I mean, somebody else has to be accountable for this, because we get, obviously monthly, we get presented information to us. And we're just going off of what's being presented, and you know, by the looks of this, people are playing with numbers, presenting us with a false information or what have you, and I mean, this can be very alarming. If we didn't have the extra money, what would happen?
That's exactly right. To answer your question, and it's a hard question to answer, because I don't want to blame people. But ultimately, and again, I investigated this, ultimately in talking to the business department, they told me that they did not agree. And again, I'm not trying to blame anyone, but they told me that the figures at that time, when this was being done, that they did not agree with these numbers. But these numbers were still presented.
And I know we just hired a business person.
Yes.
I know we just hired him, but, you know, to me, we can't continue in this culture where we just continue to screw up or present false numbers or whatever, and then we want to, just like the audit, blame people or can't hold anybody accountable. And that's, I know that's what they talked about earlier. When are we going to start holding somebody accountable? Somebody has to be accountable for this mess. And I know one person already took off, but to me, somebody has to be accountable for this.
Again, what I'm saying is in talking to the business people, because the new person just came in.
Yes.
But I met with him, the first week I met with him. And what the people under him told me was exactly what I'm saying, that they did not agree with the numbers being presented, but all they could do was just recommend. They could not go out there and tell whoever was in charge that these numbers were very difficult to match.
And sorry. I was just gonna say, and I think to be fair, and Mr. Robledo's, I don't even think he was working with us yet.
No, he was just
right. But at the last meeting, I did ask those questions, and he was up here doing math for us, remember, and saying that we did have a deficit. So, yeah, to be fair to Mr. Robledo, he did mention that to us. But we did have to pick and prod. It wasn't volunteered, but not because of you,
But the people under him, when I met with him, again, this is what they told me, that they had given advice that these numbers were too high. Yes, I understand. I understand.
You know, I know there is a protection clause or whatever out there, the Whistleblowers Act. I mean, to me, that's not justifiable. We can't sit here and say, well, that guy did it, he's gone, and he's the one that's gonna take the blame. To me, somebody else has to be accountable for this. We cannot continue to operate this district with that culture where, hey, just like previously with HR, well, everybody blamed it on that person. She's gone, and now, you know, who are we holding accountable is my question. That's my concern and question. And I know you just came in, Doctor, so
I
you just walked into
answered
this
the
mess.
question the best that I could, based on the knowledge that I had in working with the staff, with the business department.
Yes, sir.
By looking at these numbers of the actual ADA that we've had, the last time we were even close to 15,700 was in 2019 to 2020, which was pre-pandemic. So obviously the 15,700 was inflated. And so for the future, for the next school year, I would love to just have these numbers, that what the actual ADA is, to be brought to the board so that we can say, hey, wait a minute, that number looks a little bit too high according to what all the other years were, so we can make that decision also. So just going forward, we're all on the same page with that. And of course, I know that you already are ahead of us in the game.
I think when the budget was presented, it was brought up that that was a high number to shoot for historically because of the difference between enrollment and ADA historically. But at the time, like I said, I'm not going to go backwards and go through that whole story again, but it went through. And but you could easily, I mean, we have an ADA problem, but some of my questions and concerns are, one thing is, I guess my opinion is that you can bring up your enrollment as high as you want. I mean, you can accept everyone that comes knocking on the door. And then you're going to accommodate that high enrollment by increasing your staff costs, okay, to bring in additional teachers and supervisors and all the other individuals that it takes to work to make that puzzle operate the way it should. But then you're only going to get paid, depending on who you're allowing to come in. And if they're coming with issues and they're leaving their town and their district with attendance issues, behavioral issues, and whatnot, you're not going to get paid. You know, it's like I said that in one board meeting a long time ago. I said you can have a restaurant hire staff for 1,000 plates and serve 1,000 plates, but you only get paid for 600. How long are you going to last? You're not. So what type of intake procedures do we have here where we look at individuals also coming in from outside the district that want to come to Weslaco ISD? Because of course we want to accept everyone, but and I think I brought this up under the previous administration is what type of, I guess, restrictions and selective points do we have when we say, okay, you're coming in from another district, but do you have this history? Do you know attendance, behavior, etc.? Is that being looked at? Is that being used? Because I know that I've had concerns from the community saying, hey, sometimes, and we've talked about this in past meetings, there's behavioral issues and whatnot, and the last thing you want to do is hurt the academic experience of our taxpayers and kids that live in our community by just openly, with open door, accepting anybody that comes just to justify your staff. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think we should operate that way where we just accept anyone and everyone to justify our staff counts, but yet you're still going to get hit with issues in the classroom. management issues on the campuses, for admin, and that you're also then not gonna receive funding, and that's gonna fall back on our taxpayers here in our community. So.
It's a very good point, and the principals are very smart people. And they know that if someone comes from another district, and they do a very good job of checking their records, their transcripts. But if they see someone in there that's been suspended, that is going over to some other program, they have that right to deny that transfer.
Okay.
So the principals know this. Again, they're smart people, and they're not going to bring someone in that they know is going to cause problems because of the past history of that student. The principals are here. I think you can ask them the same thing, and they're going to deny these students from coming in if they see a problem.
Okay, great.
So we do address that. Okay, on page 9, this is going to be another savings. The CT Early College High School, and they have over 200 students enrolled, but we're just not meeting the standard for CTE. SDC is telling us that these students are not being successful. They're dropping out. And by closing the program, and I think it's a very good idea, because the kids that are there can still be in these programs, but they're going to be going to the 2 high schools or the 3 high schools. So, and we did not meet the requirement in December because this item was tabled. But regardless had it been tabled or not, when I came in, I saw that it was a good plan for us to close this program and have those students go to the 3 high schools, and the parents are already aware, the students are aware, and by doing this, we're going to save in the budget over $1 million. And it's not the money we're trying to save, it's just in looking at this program, evaluating the program, it has not been successful.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
How many step members will it impact when I know they're gonna transfer to open vacancies? How many step
I
members
think
are
they're
approximately
about
there?
25, 30, Mr. Abel, 25 total. And so all of these are we're going to hold the vacancies that we have right now in some of the schools to enable these to go back and fit to where we have these vacancies. So that's the plan, and we're doing that right now.
Okay.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Most of these were certifications at CTE, correct?
Yes.
The majority were
Yes.
certifications.
Yes.
Do we have a P-TECH program here in the district?
Yes.
Oh, we do? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Or
Does that kind of
Mr. Abel?
address, because P-TECH, isn't that something where they go out for
Let me see,
certifications
let me just
and
double
whatnot?
check with Mr. Abel here, on the P-TECH.
Or do we already have those capabilities in-house and?
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Rivera, members of the board. So going back to the agenda that we had on December, that was an item that was tabled for the P-TECH as an option to apply for that. So we didn't proceed, so we did miss a deadline on that one.
Okay.
So as of right now, we don't have that availability, that option.
But we could start planning for next year, can't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Aguilar, can you share some of the data? I know, and I'm glad you got, obviously it's already been brought forth to the parents, but the data, when we were at the graduations last year, we noticed Weslaco East and Weslaco High, I think Weslaco High had more associate degree recipients than CTE did by an X amount. I mean, it was a very high number. So that's one of the reasons why we came to that decision, because if our high schools, East and Weslaco High, can offer the associate degrees or what the CTE is rated on, then why not move them there? Obviously we're moving them there, but just to put it out there, because I know it was a substantial amount. I know we were not meeting the standards there at CTE, and that's why we're removing that program.
That is correct, sir. So you pointed out some factual information. The amount that has been invested into the CTE Early College High School, it does not equate to the number of associate degrees that are being produced on the campus. And there's a lot of logistical factors that go into play in a lot of points that you shared, but that is a correct statement. So the students will have the opportunity to apply or continue with their early college high school program at the respective comprehensive high schools.
Will we be accepting new students this coming year that want to join this program, not just the ones that are already in it?
Yes. So they go through that criteria, they apply for it, and if they meet the criteria, they'll have that opportunity.
So this program is CTE compared to the other programs that students receive their associate through Weslaco High or Weslaco East through STC, correct?
Correct.
And this is, CTE is totally different than the ones that received the associate from those two schools.
Correct. That was a standalone campus that we had.
Correct.
So again, there were other factors, a non-compliance issue that was in effect with STC, which was also jeopardizing their accreditation as well.
Correct.
As a parent, I'm confused. So if let's say I have a high school, I do have high school kids. Let's say I want my sophomore to begin. Is it too late? Do they have to start at the freshman level? How does that work? I'm confused.
And I'll go ahead and relay that to Ms. Welts, if you could add on that.
I'm sorry, it's just with parents.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so on that question, it would depend. So when a student enters the early college, and whether it be at the traditional high school or at a CTE high school, it's in the 9th grade, okay? CTE provides a certain number of slots for each program at each high school. So normally we try our best to get those students into their first year freshman, second semester. And so from there are some capabilities in some of those programs to be able to have a sophomore enroll. Of course, you have your dual academies, which is completely different, where you can get your dual enrollment through your hours with concurrent enrollment, dual enrollment, things of that nature. So there's several different types of pathways that are different at your traditional high schools. So you could offer an associate's, for instance, in biology. But that would be at your traditional high schools. That could be something that they could work on through their sophomore, junior, and senior year. Where CTE is completely different, and yes, you were correct in saying that the majority of the students do normally receive a certification, with those that do receive the certification. So it is very, very different in that standalone CTE. But yes, we do offer those programs for our current sophomores if the seats are available.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How is this going to affect class rank, for once they merge? Is that going to affect them at all, students coming across over to the regular high schools?
So when we normally have our students transfer from one high school to another, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, somebody might want to help me on that because I'm only familiar with my class rank, is everything goes 100% into the traditional high school. So say, for instance, all of your grades, everything, and so it's calculated the same way as it would. Now so it's different when a student comes from another district. That's when you have those issues with the different ranking and the class rank for those seniors and things like that. But everything will follow them. Everything will go with them as far as their college hours, everything. And let's just say another question that was asked, and maybe you're going to ask this, so I'll just beat you to the punch. If, say, a student doesn't want to continue with the early college program and they just want to do the traditional route, that's fine too, because those hours follow them to STC, and they're no longer affected at all. They're not affected at all by stopping that program. They currently go to their traditional high schools, receive their 27 credits, continue with where they're at, and they can pick up right where they left off, whenever they choose to, whether it be the summer after they graduate or whenever they'd like to. So that's also an option too. So they're not forced to continue as well. We're not penalized for that.
But I think Mr. Nieto brought it up, but just so the community is aware, even though the CTE early college program is merging back into the high schools, we still have 2 other early college programs, right?
Correct.
At each of the high schools.
Correct.
And so those are great programs.
Yes.
So I think I saw something on Facebook last week or the week before that you guys were promoting it, which is it's a good deal. So I'd like to,
Well, they will continue to do that.
Yeah, awesome.
Are they, because they're designated early college?
Correct.
Schools, correct? Yeah, both East and High.
Correct. All the programs are there at both high schools.
So in the class ranking, those CTE courses will be included in the student handbook under the ranking,
yes,
correct?
It's all the same. It's all weighted the same. Everything is weighted the same for the 3 high schools.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next page On page 11 is, these are issues that we have in HR. And staff and I, we're trying to correct this. Right now, the first bullet, there's about 20 requests for us to look at the reclassification. And what happened here was due to that, to the TASB study on the compression of pay grades. So what we're looking at is to make sure that they treat our employees fair. If we have an employee on the same pay grade, and you have with 20 years, and you have one with 10 years, and they're paid less, we have to go out there and find a way to make it fair to that employee. So right now, we're looking at these, and I will go back to the board. Any ones that we approve, I'm going back to the board in letting you know what these requests, what we did with these 20. There's also the issue, there were some employees that were moved, not on a voluntary basis. They were moved, their salary remained the same for this school year. And the plan that I have is I want to go ahead and match this for the new year for 24, that none of these employees lose, that they keep their salaries on the daily rate, and that they not lose since they were moved, and it was not voluntary. So again, I will go back to the board with these. There are about 30 individuals, and I will go back to the board when we finalize the budget for next year. We're also studying the compensation review, the stipends and incentives. We're studying that. Any changes that we do, as I told you before, I want to be very transparent and come to the board and tell you what we're doing with these individuals. We're also looking at any employee recommendations on resignations, retirements, transfers. So again, we're looking at these personnel, and it will be taken to the board for final approval to ensure full transparency, anyone that's hired. I know the policy states that the superintendent can approve anyone that's not professional, but I'd rather be transparent and just take these to the board for you to have the final look at it. We're going to evaluate right now, because of the budget, any unfilled vacancies. If we need them, they'll be filled. And if they're not, we're just gonna hold and again, take some of the staff from the early college, and we're going to the campuses to make sure that the employees' service records they're reviewed, that they're correct. There's someone with 20 years is at 20 years and not at 15, so we're doing all of this in HR. So these are some of the issues. These are hard issues for us to, it's not gonna be, can't be fixed in one day or two. It's gonna take time to fix these HR issues. On page 12, we have set up a virtual health clinic. It was done through a grant. So the clinic is in the portables across the street from the old intake center. And the staffing, we have some LVNs, and they're servicing students. Since January, they served 13 students and 13 staff members. And Susan Kaufman is the one kind of working with this. We're also looking at possibly studying to maybe set up a clinic. I know that was discussed here with the board at previous meetings. So anyway, Mrs. Kaufman is here if you have any questions on this health clinic. If not, I'll go to page 14. Page 14 and page...
Well, Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
if I can, I'd just like to make one comment with respect to that health clinic. I think it's great, but one thing that I would like for us to make sure is that the company that's running it doesn't use our nurses as payment clerks to go after payment. I've ran into that issue in my job in other districts, and I would not want for that to happen here.
We'll take care of that, make sure it doesn't happen.
There's no money exchange, there's no payment at the clinic. They're billed a week or two after the.
No, I understand,
Oh,
but when
okay.
it doesn't go through, in the other districts, they ask the nurses to go and knock on doors.
Oh.
So, and I don't want that happening here in Weslaco.
Oh, no, that won't happen.
Okay.
They don't have time.
All right.
On page 14 and 15, I've just listed, I'm working through America, some projects that we have in the district. Some are funded, some need engineers, some are not funded. And the total projects on page 11 is about $35 million, the estimated cost. But this does not include those that do not have an estimated cost. So there's a lot more than this. I will say that there's a lot of projects that need to be done in the district. What I've observed, that in the last 10 years, very few projects have been done. The board, based on my experience, the way the board and I can address these needs, and there are a lot of them, are three ways. The first way is what I would do when I was superintendent here. On every budget, I would put about $5 million in the construction fund, and that money would be used during that year to do some of the needs that we have. That's one way of doing this. Another way, and I know you all probably have discussed this, is to go with a maintenance note, where you go and you borrow $25 million or 30, whatever it is, and then you go back and pay it within 10, 15 years. The other way, again, there's three ways that we can address these, and that's the only way you can address them. Because if you don't do it, every year we're gonna fall further and further behind on facilities. So the third one is not the popular one, but that one is a bond election. This is where you have a committee, because you've been involved with those. The community votes, either yes or no. But if you can, and we do have the lowest tax rate, and it's been very low since I've been superintendent. So if that's a third way that we can take care of a lot of these projects that need to be done. So I think with the financial advisor, we can meet at other meetings and discuss the ways, but we have to, either three ways we can go ahead and address these. And if you don't address them that way, we're falling further and further behind in our facilities. The last page.
Doctor, before we proceed, page 14, the football stadium scoreboard. I know there at Weslaco East, that was approved sometime in November, I believe, or October, and we tabled it because we had questions about certain things, but does that mean we're not moving forward with that? It had already been.
I think there's an issue with the funding. I'll call Mr. America. Coach, do you want to come address this as to why we haven't moved on this project?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Staita, Dr. Rivera, members of the board. So we did a study on the existing scoreboard there at East High School, and it was through a structural engineering firm. They went out there and assessed the actual footings of the existing scoreboard. So we had proceeded to purchase a new scoreboard to install over the existing structure. Unfortunately, the study came back and it was reported that that wasn't a stable structure and that we need to do a brand new installation of the new scoreboard. So at this point, we're looking at, we've already purchased the scoreboard, we just need to have the installation done of the new scoreboard and have that new structure in place to install the new scoreboard. Now, back then, the reason we didn't proceed with it was because of the selection of the engineer. We do need to have a structural engineer. And so we're just waiting for that, and hopefully tonight we'll get that done.
Okay.
So you have the scoreboard already? It's just there?
Yeah, the scoreboard is done. It's just sitting somewhere in North Texas, waiting for us to bring it down.
So you said hopefully later on. Are you talking about the architect item?
Yes, so the item that's on the agenda for tonight.
But is it specific to that project or it's just in general?
No, it's in general, so
we do have a panel of engineers, don't we?
Not right now, no. So the previous list that we had expired already.
Okay.
And so the approval by the board is no longer for that list.
Okay.
And the last slide that I have is the ESSER funds. Currently, there's $13 million available, and this must be spent by September 2024. And these are potential expenditures. The first one is to continue with a stipend for staff at $2,000 per employee. So far, during the several years, we've given employees $10,500. So the money is there for that stipend. There's some monies there from that 13 for some upgrades and the playground equipment, and some for the roofing, and some for controls. But 13 million is not going to cover everything that's here, plus all the projects that we need. This is my report. If you have any questions, I'm here, staff is here to try to answer these for you. If not, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I do have a question when they get to the ESSER reserve funds. I remember hearing about a grant or something to do with the playground. We got some kind of a grant. The last thing I heard from the previous superintendent was that we had lost some of our grants, that we were pulled out of the grants. What is the status right now with the grants that we were given? Does anybody know if we are still getting those grants, or we were pulled out from those grants?
I'll let staff, I don't know, I can't answer that. I'll let staff.
I believe it was the Holdsworth and some other, Holdsworth and other grants that we've had.
So, good evening.
Good evening.
Sustaita, and I pronounced it right this time. Dr. Rivera and school board. So we have, to my knowledge, about 13 grants. Okay, I don't oversee the grants, but I have a dashboard to try to organize the information because I do oversee some literacy grants that we have. I'm happy to look into that, but to my knowledge, your question is, have we pulled out of any?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe we have. I can get a specific answer for you on that. I'm happy to do so.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
I was going to pull an
Yes,
item
sir.
from consent to ask you a question, but you brought up literacy grant.
Yes, sir.
I was at Region 1 today for a board meeting, and on there it had Weslaco as a grantee for the Strong Foundations grant.
Yes, sir.
What is, can you kind of expand on that a little bit?
I sure can.
Just like not concise.
I sure can. So we have 3 literacy grants, okay? I'm very proud of the hard work that's been done. We have been working with schools and in groups. The 3 grants that pertain to literacy are Raising Blended Learners. Scott Omdahl and Julie Kelly work on that, and they go every day to campuses and crunch numbers and give them advice on how to, get the best data to work with their students, and they have great success. I can share information with you in the form of a presentation that he put together, Mr. Omdahl, and he is totally psyched about it, so he would be happy to share that information. It's gone over very well. The other 2, as you mentioned, Strong Foundations, and that is kind of a group like T-Class. There are a number of different pieces of that grant that you could get. And then there's RSSP.
Well, I'm interested in the Strong Foundations one because I met with the commissioner 2 weeks ago, and that's like a pet project of his.
So we have the same technical assistance provider for RSSP and Strong Foundations. And basically what we do is work with Ed Direction, which is a vetted provider that TEA gave us basically a list to select from. And since we'd had such positive work with them on RSSP, we also chose them for the Strong Foundations.
So that's Amplify, right, the curriculum?
No, sir. So Amplify is basically a curriculum that addresses the COVID gap. Okay. And that's high quality instructional materials. So to my knowledge, there was a list of different recommended curriculums. They were different from what we had because they were specific to the COVID gap. So the scope and sequencing of the skills were a little bit different. And that's where Amplify comes in. It's very popular and it's very good.
If we could kind of look into that a little bit more, because when I met with the commissioner, he didn't mention it was COVID gap. He mentioned that this is something that could be used as a general curriculum for reading K through 5.
Yeah, like tier 1.
So this is Claudia Martinez. She's the Director for Instructional Programs.
Hi, good evening. Great questions, and I'm really glad that you're hearing about that at Region 1. So as Lisa had mentioned, we have RSSP as well as Strong Foundations. We're working with that direction for both. I believe what you're speaking of is an additional grant that we can apply for, which is the LASSO grant. And so it's an extension of what we're currently a part of, and that would be if we would like to adopt that high-quality instructional material.
And it's free.
Yes, and it is free, and Amplify is one of those. So when we submitted for T-Class Decision 2B, we submitted for PhD Science at the elementary K-5. And so that was one of the curriculum that was on the HQIM list from TEA. We did that because we had just adopted our RLA adoption, I believe a year or two prior to that coming out, and so we did not decide at that time. There's been a lot of work, especially through Strong Foundations. We've done the RBs, which stands for Research-Based Instructional Strategies, and it really dives into Amplify specifically that you mentioned, and so that's been something that our team has been discussing moving forward, looking at that LASSO grant, which would make that free.
Awesome.
A question I have is, when Dr. Coronado was here, we were using somebody, Linda Alanis. Do we have another grant writer, or is she still in charge of helping us with grants?
I would like to discuss all of the grants that they have worked on for us with you, because it's a little bit convoluted.
Okay, we'll have another discussion on that.
But one thing I want to put an asterisk on is that Amplify, one of our dilemmas was that we just purchased a different one, and then, so while it's free, at a certain point, we're going to have to pay for it.
I think Amplify is only free until 23, right? Or I think it's what it.
Right,
fall.
and I've heard nothing but great reviews from teachers on it, but I just wanted to be perfectly transparent on what could be coming forward, right?
Okay.
Since we're facing kind of this cliff with ESSER.
Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. For the record, Coach Coy had to join the meeting at 6:40 p.m. Let the record reflect that, please. Okay, are we done with the superintendent's report?
Yes.
Any other questions? We're good, okay. On to item number 10, the consent agenda. Please look over it, and I'll call you one by one. If you want to pull something out, I'll give you a couple of seconds.
Nobody has anything to pull, Madam Board President. I make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Nobody has anything to pull?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as is, and a second by Mr. Castillo, and a second by Mr. De Los Santos. We will now take it to a vote. Say aye if you approve, to approve the consent agenda as is, or no if you do not. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. The consent agenda is approved. On to item number 11, discussion items. We will begin with 11A, update on training, conferences, events, and consider future agenda items requested by board members.
Like to inform the board that we have 2 future level 3 grievances. So you can let me know when we can schedule these 2
Okay,
at a future time.
at a future time. Okay, and anybody else have anything, any updates or requested items to bring up?
It'd just be, the only comment I would have is for all the pending level 3s, if we could try to hear them in an expeditious manner, and maybe we could work with the board, with all of us, to see if maybe we can do them at a meeting other than a regular board meeting.
Special board meeting.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. Now, I don't know if it's a future agenda item, but there was a question today by a parent. It had to do with service fees over at the stadium that were being charged. I believe that the concern was that there's no cash that is accepted at the stadium. So there's a service fee when paying with a credit card. And they were asking, why isn't it an option for us to pay cash so we don't have to pay a service fee for a credit card? So that's something that I would want to bring up. I don't know if it has to be a future agenda item, or we can just discuss, amongst us. But that was something that was brought up. All right. On to item number 12, discussion and possible action items. 12A, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the second reading to board policy FDA local admissions intra-district transfer.
You have the information, and you approve the first reading, and now with the second reading, it pertains to transfers. So staff is here. You have any questions on that item?
Okay, do I have a motion?
So move to approve?
I have a motion by Mr. Nieto to approve this item and a second by Dr. Rodriguez to approve the board to consider approval of the second reading to board policy FDA local admissions. We'll now take it to a vote. Please say aye or no. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo? Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 12B. It's bigger for myself. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of substantial completion for the Bobby Lackey Stadium running track replacement project CSP number 220623. Dr. Rivera?
You have the information. Mr. Americo is here, and he feels comfortable for us to approve the substantial completion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. De Los Santos to approve the board to consider approval of substantial completion for the Bobby Lackey Stadium running track replacement project. Let's take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item C, discussion and possible action for the board to approve the selection of architectural and engineering firms for district projects, RFQ number 23-10-17.
You have the list before you, and during our meeting last week, Ben Castillo and Board President, you all requested this item to include all the names that are here. So we just need a motion to approve them.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Dr. Rodriguez to approve the selection of architectural and engineering firms, which ones are you approving?
Okay, so that's where we have to discuss whether, are we gonna go with all those 12, or are we gonna go the top 6? I believe the last time, when we went out for the engineers, we selected all of the engineers. And then in future situations, then we would allow administration to select the particular engineer or for a particular project. So we can discuss that.
If I may, if the board wishes to rank them, I do have a ranking sheet that I can pass out for you.
Okay.
I
Would the
personally,
board like to rank?
I personally wouldn't want to rank them because I went through they're all good, but Americo and the committee that normally ranks those have more knowledge of those particular.
And I agree with Mr. Nieto. I mean, I saw what you presented or what we received, but the time we put into this, which was a weekend versus what you've done for months, and your experience here from all these years, I think gives you a better qualification for the ranking. And we're going to trust that you're going to make the best decision for Weslaco ISD. So, in my opinion, I think the ranking should be left up to administration.
I believe, Marico, in the board planning meeting, Dr. Rivera, I believe we had discussed maybe approving the ones that met the qualifications, and then from there, you assigning or giving us 2 or 3 options for every project that's coming up so we can approve.
Correct. And to my knowledge, and I would defer to legal, the board approves the firms, and then we can decide how to distribute the projects.
Based on the project, on the need.
So the ones that you have, Mr. Garza, here, the 5 that you guys selected, if we can name it by name, so that way, the way it's worded on the agenda, we have to name who it is that we selected, correct?
Correct.
When you approve it?
Yes.
So right now, you have ERO Architects, Janak Architects, Gomez Mendez Science, Sam Garcia Architect, and Rabba Kistner.
These are the firms that met the qualifications requirements, yes.
Now, I was looking through all the binders and everything that was given to us, and I noticed the way the RFQ was worded, the ones who did turn in both architectural and engineering, some of them did say, yes, I can consult, I have friends that I work with, these are the engineers I work with. Other people who did not submit, let's say an engineer, they didn't submit any architectural services, I don't see that they don't work with anybody, they just understood in the RFQ as in, what services do you offer? The other 5 that said, yes, we do both architectural and engineering, well, most of them, it wasn't in-house other than I think maybe Robert Kistner. Everybody else was just consulting with another architect or engineer. So my question is, the way the RFQ was worded, some people knew I have to turn in an architect and an engineer that I work with. Other people said, well, this is what I do, but you didn't ask me who I work with, but they could have easily listed a consultant they work with. Do you understand what I'm saying? So.
Correct. So we took those who provided and complied with the RFQ qualifications requirements, and we just pretty much said, well, they understood, it was clear, they provided a complete proposal or qualification statements, so therefore we're going to qualify them.
Okay.
And so those who didn't submit the statement according to the RFQ requirements, then we just said, okay, they don't comply with the RFQ, and we left them out.
Question to Dr. Rivera. In the past, when you were superintendent, how would you select in situations like this?
What we would do is have presentations. The board had the tally sheet with the points, criteria points, and the board would evaluate them and rank them.
Did you ever have administration rank them or the committee?
I think on architects and engineers, only the board can rank them.
Okay.
My concern is only, I'm going off of what, like you said, your rubric here. And you're looking at some of these companies, and I'm not gonna say the names, right, but I'm just gonna look at some key facts and points here. And these were not selected, but 49 years of experience, 6 offices, 130 employees. I mean, you're just going down the list and seeing some impressive numbers compared to, less, almost half of the experience, much smaller company, 77 years of experience, multiple offices, multiple employees, and compared to what you chose, it just kind of makes me question as far as when you're looking at some of these items that you chose, and you eliminated them because they do offer architectural services, but they didn't have engineers that they submitted, and so that kind of says, well, is your own rubric kind of eliminating quality, like in a sense? Because we've done architects and we've done engineers, but now you're looking at both. Companies can offer both, right? Am I correct?
Correct. So we just, and it's not that we were looking at eliminating any particular firm. We're just going off of the RFQ criteria and then qualifying those firms that meet the criteria.
And it was put out in the RFQ, I don't remember seeing it. You need to have both architects and engineers?
Yes. Yeah, so it wasn't separate. It was one RFQ, yes.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, so we can vote on that, and then depending on what the board wants, I personally, like Coach KWES said, I'm not familiar with a lot of the businesses or versus Americo and his committee that work with those people. I'm not familiar with that, Now, if you guys feel comfortable, like you do construction, you feel comfortable with, with ranking, that's okay. I don't have a problem with that.
I don't think we, Mr. Neto, I don't think we have to be familiar with those companies.
Okay.
Because there's a fact sheet there and it states everything that they offer. Right. My concern is just, I know several months ago we expressed some flaws in the system in our procurement process, and I don't think those have been addressed yet. And that's my concern when we leave it up to you guys to select, then we're the ones ultimately responsible for these. We got a band building over at Weslaco East that's leaking. I mean, it leaks every time it rains. And that's one of the newest buildings that was built here in WISD. So why are we going to sit here and continue to do the same? I would rather rank the companies ourselves. We're ranking them off of data, off of experience off of, just like Mark brought up. We're leaving out quality, experienced companies because we're looking for something particular. So that's something, I mean, we're looking for the one-stop shop, the ones that offer both. Well, sometimes when you offer too many, you're not as good at one thing. You're just average at everything. And, you know, I think that is a concern. But to me, that's the biggest, I mean, it's, anybody who wants to go over and see the flaws over at that building at Weslaco East, at the band hall, that to me, that explains everything. I mean, we need to be involved with this decision. I know prior to Coach KWES getting on, I think you guys were on, everything was ranked, you guys were selecting every single thing, so I don't know why, I mean, I have all the time in the world, especially when it comes to future projects. I don't want to keep holding WISD back because I have concerns about the way things are done. We want to move forward, but we need to make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's and selecting the best qualified. And I don't think we need to select 12. I think we select 1 or 2 and let them do all, maybe they'll offer better prices. I think when we have that round robin selection, well, yeah, I don't think we're getting the best group.
As far as picking somebody, and Ms. Dr. Rivera just said it, an RFQ has to be the board has to pick them. It can't be up to, right? Admin, and I asked Mr. Castillo right now, he says, it has to be us. We can't leave it up to administration.
Okay.
So you're saying,
Well, I mean, I just want to say something else too, just kind of to add more content to what we're talking about here. Again, I'm going back to your rubric, right? And you say number of projects in the last 5 years. Some of the companies that were chosen, that you're selecting or you're recommending, 10 plus, 14 plus, 5 plus. The ones that were left out, projects in the last 5 years, that are not included in your recommendations, 100 plus, 100 plus. I mean, 77. You know, years of experience, size of companies, number of projects in the last 5 years, it's lopsided. But I can't see how they're left out because a rubric is filtering them. You see, where in other words, we didn't do that before, and now we're doing it now. We didn't do it the last time, because last time we did them separate. So now we're using a rubric that has an additional item in there that's new, and it's filtering out some of these companies that are significantly have a better resume. And that's kind of my concern.
And you're correct. You're correct, Mr. Alonso, Mr. Trevino. So we don't select professional services. We don't hire them out. The board is the one who selects the professional services. And in this case, that is what we're doing. So what we've done is we've shortlisted the ones that met the criteria of the RFQ and given you that pool for selection. Now, unless, and I'm not an expert in legal, but unless legal has an objection, you know, the board may decide to change the way we went about it and decide to select more firms or include more firms. Again, that would have to be legal.
Go ahead, sir, I'm sorry.
So, what I'm going to suggest is that I think that if we're looking at, we have, like Dr. Rivera said, we have significant maintenance issues and construction projects that we need to take on throughout the district. There's 3 different methods that we can go about that as far as funding sources, one being a bond election. And I want to say that my opinion is that if we're going to go out there and tell the community that these are the projects that we need that are critical, you know, to increase the effectiveness of our school district and provide a more equipped, safe learning environment for our kids, then we as a board need to play a more active role and not just pass it off to a committee, because it's our right anyways. And it's always our right for construction to decide. And I think we need to participate more, because these for me are red flags. When you see companies with these resumes here that are not being left out, and it's because of a technicality in the rubric change, that becomes an issue. And so that's where I'm coming from and my concern in my place here.
So I'm kind of coming on a little bit late, right? So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trustee De Los Santos, the new item on the rubric is the combination of engineering and architectural services?
Right.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that's kind of a weird thing to do if we're going out for RFQs for architects or engineers. I mean, you could do one or the other or both. So my suggestion is that we, the board, go ahead and select all of these who who submitted. And then per project, the administration brings their recommendation, 2 or 3, and then we could go ahead and interview from there, or we could reject all of them if we don't think that they're good, and they could get more from this list. Because once we do this, if the board were to accept all of these submissions, we don't have to go out for RFQ again. You know what I mean? Correct. It's already done, and they're just part of our panel. So that would be my thought. I know a lot of bigger districts do that. We're not that small, and we're not that big, but I think we're big enough where we could do that, and it makes sense for Weslaco ISD to do that as well, just to have a panel of architects that we could select based on their, or the administration can recommend to the board, and the board could select, either accept that recommendation or not, and move forward to another architect. But once they're selected and part of our group because of this RFQ, we've already met our procurement requirements. So that's my thought on that.
Mr. Trevino did mention that how before we approved the whole list, but he wasn't too crazy about the round robin.
How many companies did we leave out from that list? I know we selected
So there's a total of 16 companies who submitted. There's 9 architectural companies and there's 7 engineering companies.
So are we able to approve the 16?
Somebody
make the
motion.
Is that?
Mr. Nieto made the motion, but I don't know if the motion was for the 5 that met the
16.
criteria, or was it for all 16?
Well, it was in general, but it was all 16. You know, he mentioned the 5, but if we want all 16, and then later on,
modify the motion?
amend the
Or
motion
stress-
to that, to include all 16, and then when the time comes, like Trustee Castillo said, then ask them, okay, for this particular project, we're gonna select 5, or we're gonna select 6, and not all 16, depending on their credentials. If that's what
And
you
then
all.
we select from
Correct.
from those
And then,
recommendations.
if the board wants to rank them, that's fine, you know, that's okay.
There were 2 that did not answer the question if they were licensed in Texas to be engineers or architects.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if you guys want to leave those on the list because they did not reply if they were licensed or not. And can I say their name because we have it's public information, or do we not say their name?
No, it's public.
Oh, it's public? Okay. The two on our list who did not reply to the question if they were licensed or not were ADM Group and Ethos Engineering. They did not reply if they were licensed in Texas. So do you still want to keep them on the list?
No, I think we omit them.
Well,
So
we've done,
amended
if I may, we've done work with Ethos Engineering already. And their offices are out of Harlem.
I wonder how come they didn't answer that question, because I know they're licensed, because I've seen them in other districts too. ADM as well, ADM is.
Right.
They listed their office in Austin.
Yeah.
For this
Well, I wonder how
RFQ.
come they didn't answer that question. That's
Unless it might have been
interesting.
something we missed when we put that
Well, if we're going to make an
informational summary
exception for that
together, yeah, we can look into
RFQ,
it.
you know, we're talking about making exceptions. Do we want to keep them on the list then?
I think we can keep them all, and then as the project comes into
Okay.
play, then we can say, verify, that's it.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
And I'll
So the
second that.
motion-
I'll second that amended motion.
Okay, do you want to repeat it, or?
repeat the motion,
The motion is to approve all 16, and when the time comes, we'll ask administration for 6, 7, whatever we need for a particular project, and we'll move forward.
And seconded by Dr. Rodriguez. Let's take it to a vote. We begin with Trustee Rodriguez,
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar,
Aye.
Trustee Castillo,
Aye.
Trustee Trevino,
Aye.
Trustee Nieto,
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos. Motion passes
Thank you.
to approve the selection of all architects and engineer firms on the agenda. Item D, discussion and possible action to adopt the Lone Star Governance Framework.
Motion
This
approved.
item was put on by trustee
Discussion.
Ben Castillo and board president.
Motion approved.
Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. Castillo. Do I have any discussion? No discussion. We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye, sorry.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes to approve the adoption of Lone Star Governance Framework. All right, discussion and possible action on E, to request administration to develop a corrective action plan in response to findings in forensic audit.
Madam Board President and members of the board and Dr. Rivera, I requested this item, and I know that it's been a topic of discussion for the last couple of months or the last couple of years. And, the one thing that I wanted to request for the administration was, and I don't know if it's been done already or not, but I don't think the board has ever adopted anything. So what I wanted to see if Dr. Rivera, if you can have your admin team or the attorneys as well, create a corrective action plan at the board level, maybe some proposed policies or procedures that the board could review and give their feedback on.
We can do this, yes.
Maybe for next month, or maybe we have a workshop on this, so we could have a thoughtful conversation on it, so we could implement stuff to prevent the things that came up in that audit. So that was my thought behind this item.
I'm good.
I know that somebody's brought up to me before about a TASB policy review. I don't know when the last time is that we had a policy review by TASB, but they, I guess, come in and update us or say this policy is not working anymore or it's outdated, other than the updates that they usually do. But there's also, is there some TASB policy review study that does?
Yes.
Something? Okay.
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, we'll make a motion, a motion by Mr. De Los Santos to approve administration to develop a corrective action plan in response to findings in forensic audit, and a second by Dr. Rodriguez.
And to bring something to us by next month so we can have a workshop.
For next month?
Yes.
For a workshop?
Yes.
Okay. Take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item F, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of appointment of District of Innovation DOI Committee to develop a local innovation plan. Dr. Rivera?
You have the list before you, and Mrs. Gomez is here, and also Mrs. Martinez, if you want to ask them any questions.
Well, I think the important, I'm sorry, Madam Board President.
Go ahead, Mr. Castillo.
I think the most important question is to let the community know what exceptions we're actually requesting in the DOI plan. Because there's discussion that we want to get rid of contracts, we want to do all this kind of crazy stuff, which DOI allows you to do, right? But the board is the one that gets to decide what those exceptions are.
Yes, sir. So what we're proposing is simply how we want to comprise the committee, like the makeup of the committee. Ms. Martinez has put together a survey so that we can get the slots together for representation from both the district and campuses and community. So then at that point, the timeline that she created was keeping in mind that we would start at the beginning of next year. So the committee puts together the plan.
Yeah, but there's a reason we're bringing this forth.
Our intentions were to look at CTE specifically because there are situations where the skills are so specialized that it's difficult to find someone who couldn't make more money in the industry as opposed to teaching classes, right?
Okay, but not core courses.
No, sir.
Okay.
And so there's actually a really good explanation of some of the things that are allowed that we would want to look at, but to be perfectly
But bottom line, we'll bring
transparent.
the plan to the board for them to look at it. That's what he's asking.
That's right.
To make sure that we
So
don't-
it does have to be approved by the
Yes.
board.
But I also just want, for transparency's sake, what exceptions is the administration considering or proposing? So you just mentioned
Yes.
one, the CTE certification.
Presentation.
Yeah, so there were three that we had outlined for why this was initially sought after. The first was the CTE certification, and the other two fall with the first and last day of school. And really, it gives us the flexibility that a lot of the open charter schools have. We can start earlier, we can have more instructional days prior to STAR. And then that also allows us to match the schedule with STC, I'm sorry, I'm losing my words, with STC as well, so that gives us more flexibility there. There are other things like.
As long as we're transparent.
Absolutely,
and we
there
let the
are
board
other.
know exactly what the plan is.
Yes, there are other.
What we're
yeah.
doing and what we're not doing.
Yes, so those are the three why we're seeking it. So the process after we form the committee, we get community feedback, and so there are a lot of other areas that DOI allows for. And so based on the input from that, then we can create the plan within that committee. It's presented and posted online for 30 days for the entire community to read before it would go to the board for approval. And yes.
So we have a union lawyer here who the unions are totally against this. I've been through it many times. But I think we could explicitly say we're not looking to take away Chapter 21 contracts. We're not looking to take any certification requirements away from core teachers. The only three exceptions.
We wouldn't want to do that.
The only three exceptions that we're intending on looking at is one having to do with the CTE courses, right? And then two, the calendar. So we could start at the same time as our competition does.
Right.
And statute right now requires us to start on the third week of August. And so by going through this process, we would be accepted from that requirement and be able to start early and compete with our local competition, right?
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
What other schools have a district of innovation plans that you know of here in the valley?
I think many are looking at it. I'm not sure.
Harlingen, I know
Danny-
Harlingen does have.
Yeah, there, many are like we are right now in starting point.
La Jolla.
But there are a few.
La Jolla.
La Jolla and Harlingen, and I don't know about Brownsville.
Yes.
Brownsville.
So I'm happy to provide that PowerPoint, because it's been a while since we approved the looking into the possibility of the District of Innovation. I'm happy to give you the whole list of them. But I think, I want to make sure.
We could do it
there's
through an
nothing scrupulous
update.
or nefarious about why we would want to pursue a District of Innovation.
And
We
to-
are teachers, and remember that the committee is comprised of educators.
Yeah. And today, we're just approving the committee.
Yes.
That's what we're approving
Yes.
today.
Right.
That's all.
So, but like you stated, we love our teachers, so we're not trying to do anything
No.
Right.
that messes with them.
No.
Now, looking at the timeline, I see
And our
here,
kids.
September 2023, the district sends plan to TEA. So when we send this plan, this would come into motion until 2024?
Yes.
September, is that when it would go into motion, 2024? Okay, I'm saying yes over there, all right. Not this coming 23, but
Yes.
the other year, okay.
Correct.
Right, and
Do I
then-
have a motion to
Motion
approve?
Motion to approve,
We have a motion to approve?
yes.
I'll second.
And a second by Dr. Rodriguez. The motion is to approve the appointment of District of Innovation DOI Committee to develop a local innovation plan. We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item number 13, closed meeting to discuss. What do I have here? Personnel matters, A. Can't see that, sorry, I'm gonna have to read it from over here. Discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation on certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Number 2, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation on resignations, retirements of certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Number 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071, and B, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation, B, a settlement offer, or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Texas Government Code 551.071. It is 7:48 p.m., and we will go into closed meeting. 6:23 p.m., and we have reconvened in open meeting. We'll start with item number 14A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. Number 1, discussion and possible action recommending superintendent's recommendation on employment of certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve?
Second? Oh, second, go
I have first a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Cuellar to approve. Let's take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo. Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item number 2, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on resignations, retirements of certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Motion?
Move to approve?
The motion by Dr. Rodriguez and the second by Mr. Castillo to approve. Let's take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo? Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item number 15. Closed meeting to conduct level 3 grievance requested by Z. Rodriguez pursuant to Weslaco DGBA local. It's a closed meeting, so at this time, we ask those of you who are here if we can please step out since this is a closed meeting.
Even 10 o'clock is still good on that. I think that, yeah. Oh, excellent.
You ready for me to start? Okay. All your cameras are back on. Microphone's going on now.
Okay. The time is now 9:59 p.m. and the board has reconvened in open session. With regard to the Level 3 grievance requested by Mr. Ezequiel Zeke Rodriguez, does any board member have a motion?
Yes, Madam Board President. So yeah, these are tough decisions, but and it's an unfortunate circumstance, but I'd like to make a motion based on, the recommendation from Mr. Bodemer and the recommendation from Dr. Gamboa with respect to their initial decision. I make a motion to grant the remedies as requested by the grievant as a result of the investigation by the previous superintendent being done improperly.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to grant the remedies requested by Mr. Rodriguez, by Trustee Castillo, and a second by Trustee Nieto. We'll take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Coach Cuellar.
Aye.
Mr. Castillo.
Aye.
Mr. Trevino.
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item number,
Adjournment?
yes, last, adjournment.
So moved.
It is now 10:01 p.m. We are adjourned.